Brattain, who's ready for some power play. Howdy folks, as we're getting ready to play our game. Remember that matches are scheduled to begin at 1:15. It is now 1:10. There's about 5 minutes left until matches start. If you're in qualification match number 1, please make your way to the field.
Welcome everyone to League Meet 2 for the Brattain League. Let's try that again. How's everybody feeling today? All right, we want to welcome our first 4 teams to the field. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 6220. That's Team Drift, Dinosaurs Racing and Food Trucks, from right here in Woodinville, Washington. And joining them on the Red Alliance is Team 2043.
From Sandwich High School in Bellevue, Washington, it's Technotoads 2.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 22556.
From Bothell Senior High School in Bothell, Washington, it's Rush Job.
And finishing off with Team 8923.
Brought to you by Brickwan, Swerve Robotics, and Swerve Robotics. From Woodinville, it's Twist. We have a thumbs up from our head ref. Our FTA. Oh, we're ready to start this match. Let's try it again. We're ready to get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, go.
And with a lack of field sounds, we are going into our autonomous period as Team 2043 navigates to their cone stack. They pick up a cone, but it misses their high junction. Team 8923 looks like they found their signal zone. And as the autonomous period expires, we enter our teleop period.
3, 2, 1.
Our drivers pick up their controllers and they begin navigating around the field as Dinosaurs Racing and Food Trucks races to their high junction with a cone and scores. 2043 has scored on their nearest low junction. But over on the other side of the field, 8923 has knocked over their stack of cones, which will make it very difficult to pick those up for scoring. Rush Job is over in their terminal area, and they have delivered a blue cone. Cones in those corner terminal areas are essential if your team is going to complete a circuit on the field today. Drift is racing another cone to their high junction. Let's see if we can score their 4th cone up there. Whereas Technotoads 2 has scored another cone on their low junction. As they come over to their human player station, both robots are waiting their turn, waiting carefully for their human players to feed them. Over on the Blue Alliance, Team 8923 is going for their first high junction. And it's a success. Rush Job has brought another blue cone into a terminal. That will mean if their team is able to complete a diagonal across the field, that they have a blue in each of their terminals to make their circuit. As we enter our end game, this is when teams will add their beacons to the field. We have a couple on the Red Alliance, and it looks like Twist is picking theirs up. Uh-oh. And putting it back down, unfortunately. Drift and Technotoads have both scored their beacons. And we'll be back with your scores in just a minute.
Final scores are in for qualification match number 1. Let's take a look. It goes to the Red Alliance with a high score for now of 146-16. Great job to all teams that match. We'll see what happens next up in match number 2. We're getting for qualification match number 2. Our randomization has indicated a zone 1 parking. That's to the left, robots.
All right, for qualification number 2, we welcome to the Red Alliance team number 18015.
From Buffalo Bars Club in Bothell, it's Omega Squad.
And team 14343.
A family community team from Bellevue, it's Escape Velocity.
Challenging them on the Blue Alliance is team 7330.
From the Overlake School right here in Redmond, Washington, it's Nocturnal.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance is team 417.
From Swerve Robotics, Brickcon LLC, the Boeing Company, First Washington, Servo City, it's alongside a bunch of sponsors in Woodinville, Washington, it's Skids, Space Squalls in disguise. We're ready to start this match. We got a thumbs up from our head ref, and I believe ref Jay as well. Let's get ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go! Da-da-da-da-da-da.
All right, as we enter into our autonomous period, we have Escape Velocity, whose robot successfully scores their preload on the high junction. Skid scoring their preload on the low junction and navigating into the number 1 signal zone. Omega Squad, unfortunately, slightly out of the way there, did not score their red cone. And Escape Velocity goes to park as we enter our driver control period.
3, 2, 1.
Team 7330 Nocturnal scores their preload on the high junction. Uh-oh, Escape Velocity has knocked over. And luckily, they were able to shed 2 of the 3 cones that are stuck in their robot. As they come over, close to their alliance partners, Omega Squad, as they score on the high junction. Nocturnal scoring on the low junction. We know their robot knows where it's going because it's got 2 giant googly eyes on the front that may or may not be helping them navigate. Skid is searching in their substation for an upright cone to score as they introduce 2 more on the Blue Alliance. Alliance, Omega Squad, and Escape Velocity both have an interesting overhead pickup mechanism. Escape Velocity's mechanism enters the cone, then tightens, then releases when they're over a junction pole and they score on the low junction. Omega Squad comes over the top with a grasp, and then it lets go as their cone falls down over a mid-junction. We'll see if they can score that one. Nocturnal here. They've got some rotating rubber band wheels. That's a different intake than I've seen all season. Rotates it in, takes it up, and drops it over the high junction. Meanwhile, in the Blue Alliance, they are filling up this medium junction. We've got 5 cones on it so far, and just a mess of cones for that Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance is challenging them. With Escape Velocity scoring their beacon on a high junction. Looks like Nocturnal's beacon has gone down for a nap, and as time expires, we'll be back with our scores in just a minute.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in.
Our referees have reviewed the results of that last match. Let's take a look. Qualification match 2 goes to the Blue Alliance. The score of 115 to 78. 417 skid there, moving up to rank 3 in the rankings. We'll see how those rankings sell out as we move forwards in our event. Onwards to match number 4 in just a little bit. I meant free, sorry. I saw free. I saw free meant 4. I saw it, match free. We're going for qualification match number 3. Organization showing parking in zone 2. That's directly in front of our teams. They'll earn extra points with autonomous if they park correctly in that zone.
All right, welcome back to qualification number 3. Let's meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, I really wish I knew who this team was. 15203.
From Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, they're undefined robotics.
That must be why I don't know them. We are joined on the Red Alliance with team 16750.
Brought to you by OSPI, First Washington, Best Buy, Bellevue Schools Foundation, Sencut Sen, Bellevue Rotary Club, Go Building, and Spanish High School. From Bellevue, Washington, it's the Technototes.
And on the Blue Alliance, we welcome team 19929.
From North Creek High School in Bothell, Washington, it's Jugnu.
And their alliance partners, team 14246. Give it up for
The Robotrons, brought to you by Microsoft and the family community from Bothell, Washington.
We've randomized our field, and I believe we are in zone 2 this time. Is that right, referees? Zone 2? For those of you watching in the stands, that means these robots are going to be looking to park directly in front of the square that they're starting in. Let's see how many of our robots can do that by the end of the autonomous period.
Our field crew making their final checks. We have thumbs up. We're ready to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And with that familiar sound from our PA system, finally, we kick off qualification match number 3 with the Technototes parking in their signal zone and 14246 making their attempt at a high junction and parking in their signal zone. We'll see what the referees determine with this.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And our driver control period starts. We've got team 19929, Jugnu, putting their preload cup up onto one of the middle junctions. You know, I got to take a look at Jugnu's robot earlier, and it looked like they needed a hand because their intake claw has gloves on it, which I think is a really cool solution for gripping those cones. Team 16750 scores on their high junction, where their alliance partners, team 15203, have their team 14246. They're scoring on the high junction there for the Blue Alliance. As the Technototes answer with another score on their red high junction pole. We've got multiple cones everywhere on the field. One of the interesting things about this game is that it's really hard to score a cone if it has fallen over on the field. And you'll see some teams in this meet, as well as at our interleagues, that have come up with some interesting solutions for righting those cones or from picking them up sideways. As we go into the endgame period, our teams are introducing their beacons. 14246 is going to score their beacon, as is 16750. They're attempting to score. And Team Jungnu has just scored another cone, and as time expires, we'll watch our referees review this match. We'll be back with those final scores after this. We would like to bring you a sponsored message from our concession stand. If you like eating lunch every day, we recommend that you go to the concession stand. Purchases there support feeding your lovely referees, the ones who are calling your matches, your scorekeepers who are entering your scores, and your judges. Need I say more?
Our referees have reviewed the results of match number 3. Let's take a look. Flip the switch. It goes to the Blue Alliance. The score of 76-55. Both of our Blue Alliance teams moving up in the rankings to 11 and 8. Once again, we'll see how those rankings shuffle around here during this league meet as we move towards interleagues in just a couple weeks. We'll be back with qualification match number 4 in just a few seconds.
meet our teams for qualification match number 4. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 16643.
Brought to you by Microsoft Philanthropies and Family Community. From Kirkland, it's the Weasel Eggs.
And their Alliance Partners, Team 8103.
From Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, it's Knoll Robotics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, Team 16113.
From the Buffer Bars Club, it's the Robo-Goats.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance, Team 9884.
Also from Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, it's Boyd Robotics.
So I guess regardless of the outcome, this match is null and void? Okay. And we randomize the field, and we are in Zone 2 again.
For people who may not be familiar with this year's game, Power Play, teams have roughly 36 autonomous, followed by 2 minutes of teleoperated, driver-controlled time to score cones in various places on the field. There's quarters of the field marked as terminals for each respective alliance. Those will score alliances 1 point for scoring cones in them. They will score them on the ground junctions, those black bases on the field, for 2 points. On the low junctions, those yellow poles for 3 points. In the middle junctions, the slightly higher ones for 4, or the high junctions for 5. At the end of the match, each alliance can also receive points for ownership, having their cone at the top of the junction.
Makes me glad we don't have to keep score of that. We have a computer.
Our field crew making final checks around the field, make sure everything's all ready to go for match number 4. We got our thumbs up. We're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
And right away, we have 8103 attempting to score in the high junction, but in autonomous, if it's slightly off, it can completely miss. They've picked up another cone. Yay, they've scored on that high junction. All right, and we have robots going to their signal zones. We have a robot that is parked in its substation. That is another scoring place to park during the autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And our match underway here in qualification match number 4. Team 16113 is approaching their blue cone, bringing it up, and we have Team 8103. Oh, they've gotten a cone on, but it was not able to fall all the way down those junction poles. Team 9884 with a blue cone on the high junction, claiming not for the Blue Alliance. We'll see if that stays. Knoll Robotics cycling through from their substation to their high junction. Gotta wait for that springy thingy to stop wobbling around. And we've got the Weasel Eggs. They've changed their pickup mechanism from League Meet 1. In League Meet 1, they picked up their cones sideways. And now, they seem to be subscribing to the pickup up your cone from the top ideology. 16113 has another cone as their team debates the best place for them to score. They're heading for one of their mid-junctions. You need to get cones across the field in a diagonal line with cones in their terminals for a circuit in this game. As Weasel Eggs places a red cone on a low junction on the far side of their field, they do a little bit of dancing with the other Blue Alliance robot here, Team 9884, as each of them are heading for their cone stacks as we head into our end game. And Weasel Eggs deposit a red cone in their terminal. Having one in each terminal can allow a team to complete their circuit. We got quite a stack on one of the high junctions from 8103. They're moving towards another high junction as there's a litter of cones across the field as Red and Blue Alliance each score as time runs out. We'll let our referees finish tallying up with this many cones. It may take a minute, but we'll be back with our scores as soon as we can.
Our referees have reviewed the results of qualification match number 4. Flip the switch. Run the power up the building. It goes to the Red Alliance. The score of 142 to 86. Strong showing there from a Red Alliance there in driver control of 65 points. Team 8103's moved up to rank 1 for now, but we'll see if that changes coming up in match number 5.
And just your quick reminder, if you are in the pits, you must be wearing your safety glasses. This is for all students, all parents, all coaches. If you are in the pits, you must have safety glasses over your eyes. Thank you. if you were in match 4, we seem to be missing one of our signal cones. We need that back. Please check your robot. Check your hands. Oh, there it is.
Thank you.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 5. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 7330
From right here at the Overlay School, it's Nocturnal.
and 22556.
It's Rush Job.
On the Blue Alliance, we have 417.
That's Skid, Space Koalas in disguise.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance is Team 2043.
The Technototes 2, Electric Boogaloo. Our referees have randomized the field. They're making final checks. We got 1 thumbs up and waiting for a second. I mean, that kind of counts. Now our head rushing the thumbs up. We're ready to play our game in 3, 2, what? 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, as we finally move into our autonomous period. Team 2043 attempts a score on the high junction, and they head over for blue cones, but they come up empty. Whereas Skid has scored on their low junction. 7330 seems to have scored on the high junction, but is spinning its wheels. Didn't that used to have googly eyes? Maybe if it had the googly eyes, then...
Driver, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, as we enter our driver control period, we're watching some of our teams complete their scoring. Nocturnal has a cone on one of their low junctions. Technototes answers with a low junction cone for the Blue Alliance. And Skid lines up to take a cone off of their stack, unfortunately knocking over the rest of the stack. Technototes has a cone, but it's fallen inside their robot. Team 7330 Nocturnal has scored on their mid-junction. Rush Job is moving slowly for a rush job. But they have a red cone securely between their mechanism wheels. Let's see, and they score it on the low junction. Nocturnal has a red cone on that low junction pole. And we're seeing mostly red cones here out on the field as Skid tries to keep up with a cone stuck in their robot. 2043 cannot actually control another cone. Team Skid has a 4th cone on their high junction. As we come into our end game. This is when the teams can introduce their beacons to take ownership of a junction that won't be disputed. It can't be scored upon top of. Nocturnal going to score on a low junction. And as our robots come to rest at the end of the game, Our score is just temporary for now, as our referees enter the review period to make sure that they have scored everything properly. We'll be back with that final score in a minute.
And now that it has been that minute, our referees have reviewed that match. Flip the switch on match number 5. And power goes to the Blue Alliance. The score of 86-73. Both of our Blue Alliance teams moving up in the rankings. Skin now in rank number 1. But that can all change as we move into qualification match number 6 in just a few moments.
We need safety glasses over your eyes in the pits at all times, teams. Safety glasses in the pits. Thank you. All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 6. Starting off our Red Alliance, it's team 18015.
From Boffle, it's the Omega Squad.
And they're joined by team 14246.
Also from Boffle, it's the Robotrons.
Over on the Blue Alliance, welcome team 19929.
Also from Boffle, it's Jugnu.
And team 6220.
From Woodinville, it's Drift, dinosaurs racing in food trucks.
And our randomization into zone 1. That is the zone to the left of the robot.
Thumbs up from folks in the field. We're ready to get started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Some of our teams are running autonomous programs and some are not. We have Drift strafing out there. We have a 14246. Looks like they tried to score their preload, but it did not release. Seems to be stuck in their claw. Omega Squad scores their preload on the high junction. Let's see if their robot obeys its autonomous commands. And as time expires,
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
we have the Red Alliance ahead with a score of 33 to the Blue Alliance's 50, but that will change very quickly. Our Blue Alliance have 2 robots with phones that they are scoring on their junction poles. Omega Squad is answering with 1 on their high junction. And Drift answers with 1 of their own, as the Blue Alliance leads it 40-20. 14246 seems to be having a similar problem to the Technotoads in the last match. They have a cone stuck in their robot. Oh! Did they release it? They did! And it looks like they've dropped their cone in their terminal. Let's see if they can talk their robot into working the way it was built. Over here, Dinosaurs Racing and Food Trucks is creating a monstrous stack of cones. Looks like they've got 7 or 8, and they're going for another up on their high junction as they cycle between their substation and that high junction very effectively. Their alliance partners, Jugnu, also have a cone. Looks like that may be stuck under their robot. Oh, there it goes. As we enter our end game, the teams can enter their beacons, which will give them undisputed ownership of a junction pole and prevent other teams from scoring on top of it during the rest of the match. They also earn a bonus for that. Dinosaurs Racing and Food Trucks scored another cone on their medium junction. And they've gone to park in their terminal, and as time expires, we'll see how our scores stack up after our referees review everything. Austin and I are going to switch places, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Our referees have reviewed the results of match number 6. Let's take a look. It goes to the Blue Alliance. The score of 118 to 32, 62-20, moving up to take the rank 1 position. These ranks will be moving around over the course of this event as we move towards our interleague. We're ready to power up and play match number 7 in just a few moments. We'll be right back. Our field crew's getting ready for play qualification match number 7. While they're getting ready, let's go to meet the teams for qualification match number 7. First up on the Red Alliance, it's team 16643.
That's Weasel Eggs from Kirkland, Washington.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, it's team 8923.
They may be down with it. That's Twist Robotics.
As we randomize the field, let's go ahead and meet our Blue Alliance teams. First up on the Blue Alliance, it's team 16750.
I know that team. That's the Techno Totes from Bellevue, Washington.
And joining on the Blue Alliance, it's team 16113.
The Robo Goats out of Bothell. Thank you, William.
Our field crew doing civil checks of the various rules and regulations. There's a lot of rules in this game, making sure everything is all safe and fair. Speaking of rules and different ways you can score in this game, if you're not familiar, there are a couple ways you can score in this end game period, this last 30 seconds when that whistle blows. One of the ways you can score is by introducing a beacon. Your human players, one per alliance, can introduce a beacon into the field. It's a special type of element you can score on the junctions. As Laura mentioned previously, any beacons scored on a junction means that that junction can no longer be scored on by the other alliance. No other cones can be scored on top. That junction gets owned by that alliance. If the Red Alliance were to place a beacon on a junction, that junction will be owned for the rest of the match by the Red Alliance, and that ownership means more points. Plenty of ways to score in this game. We'll see how things sort out as we move forward into qualification match 7 and beyond in power play.
Okay, we've got a thumbs up from our FTA, our ref, and our head ref, and we are ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
And as we get in our autonomous mode for match number 7, looks like Free for Robots currently making movement 16750. That is the Techno Toads looking to just park for now. Our referees will determine if they've parked in the correct zone based on their randomization. Now our fourth robot, I believe is Twist, making some movements as well, twisting over to parking as well. All four robots currently taking a break, looking for parking as their drivers continue to strategize and look for where they'll place their cones as we enter our driver control in 1 second.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as we enter our driver control period, human operators take the controls to drive the robots around, pick up cones, and score them on the junctions. Cone just falls out of the grasp of 16113. That's the Robo Ghost, but they're right at their substation. You can go ahead and grab another one to try again. Meanwhile, for the Red Alliance, Twist, 8923, drops a red cone successfully onto that high junction on the right side of the field for 5 points. They'll go back to their substation to grab another one. For the Blue Lions, Team 6750, that's the Techno Toad successfully score a blue cone on the mid-junction at the front side of the field. Their alliance partner 1611 Frida Robogoats looking to do the same on the high junction on the left side. 8923 once again scores another red cone on the right side junction. Grasping a little bit, they free themselves from that junction, return back to the substation to grab another cone. Their alliance partner 16643 to Weasel Eggs looking to head back to substation head back home to their substation as well. Grabbing another cone, looking for a place to score it. Twist once again scoring another cone on the right side of the field, scoring that, now making a stack of free on that high junction there on the right side. 1611 free. The Robo Goats looking to score a blue cone on the junction. Seemed like for a bit the Weasel Eggs may have been looking to score on that junction as well. They decide on the front junction, the front high junction instead, scoring a red cone for 5 points. As we enter the last 45 seconds of the match, all of our teams once again returning back to their substations, looking for more cones to score. 1611 free. The Robo Goat scoring another blue cone, making a stack of 4 total cones, 1 blue, 1 red, and now 2 blue cones, retaining ownership of that junction on the left side as we enter our endgame period. Teams continue to score cones here. We'll see if any of our teams decide to introduce a beacon. And as I say, it looks like the Blue Alliance has introduced the beacon into the field. We'll see if they're able to monopolize the opportunity to score that beacon for extra points and ownership of any of our junctions. Our Red Alliances have taken ownership of the junction on the left side of the field for now, scoring a red cone on top of the high junction. We'll see how things come to rest as the beacon falls to the floor as the buzzer sounds. Our match comes to a close. Our referees will take a look at what happened during that match, and we'll have final scores for you in just a few moments.
All right, as we have the command to reset our field, let's find out what happened in that last match. Thanks to Dozer, we find out the win is to the Red Alliance. The score of 97 to 42.
A little bit of a note for teams 7330 and 14246. If you are looking for your signal sleeves, they are over here by the practice field. If you need them, they're here for you. Our teams are getting initialized for match number 8. While we're doing that, let's go ahead and meet those teams. First up on the Red Alliance, it's Team 8103.
That's Null Robotics from Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, Washington.
And a familiar team for them. Joining them on the Red Alliance, it's Team 9884.
And that's Void Robotics. We're going to have some interesting mathematics. We've got Null and Void on one side.
And facing that Null and Void Alliance on the Blue Alliance, first up, it's Team 15203.
And Undefined Robotics on the other side.
And joining these Eastside Preparatory School teams, it's 14343.
That's Escape Velocity from Bellevue, Washington.
Our team's getting randomized to a position number 2 randomization. Our referees signaling to the robots with their signal cones that we are parking in zone number 2. Zone number 2 is the 2 tiles directly in front of our robots. We'll see if they can park forwards as we enter autonomous mode as our match starts in just a few moments.
Okay, we're waiting on a thumbs up from our referees. And a thumbs up from our head ref, and we're ready to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And 2 our red robots, Null and Void, moving in autonomous mode. Joining them is Escape Velocity, courtesy of the Blue Alliance. One of our red robots, I believe that's Null, scores a red cone on the high junction to the front side of the field to go back to their stack for another. Meanwhile, Escape Velocity heading back to the blue stack as well. Looks like maybe their initial scoring effort may have fallen short. We'll see what they can do with this new cone as they bring it over to the junction to the backside of the field, scoring it successfully.
Jack it up.
And it looks like all the robots have decided to park as our autonomous comes to a close.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as we enter our driver control period, 3 of our robots making some moves in our driver control period. Looks like our 4th team, Undefined, looking to work on getting their robot up and running. As they're doing that, their Blue Alliance partner, Team 14343, Escape Velocity, scores another blue cone on that back high junction, making another 5-point score. They head back to their substation to grab another cone. Null and Void quickly grabbing cones from their substation. Scoring red cones. One goes flying for Void. We'll see how they can grab that cone, or they can quickly grab another one from their substation. Null Robotics grabs another red cone as well. Looking to cap, or rather put another cone on top of that junction. It was briefly taken by Escape Velocity for ownership, but I was quickly taken back with a red cone. Null looking to reaffirm that with another red cone, scoring for another 5 points and retaining ownership of that junction. So the Blue Alliance here looking to spread out their cones a little bit. We got the Escape Velocity team scoring a blue cone on the mid-junction at the back right side of the field. Their alliance partner, Undefined Robotics, has come to life, looking to grab some cones in their substation now. As Escape Velocity comes home, looking to grab a cone as well. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance side, Null Robotics scores another red cone on the right high junction. Their alliance partner, Void, looking to do the same with a red cone at the back junction, taking ownership away from the Blue Alliance as we enter our endgame period in our last 30 seconds. We can see our Red Alliance introducing a lot of cones to their substation, introducing some beacons as well as Null comes into their substation. Some parts look like they may have gone flying. We'll see what they can score, as it looks like they have a cone in their grasp with a beacon attached, as Escape Velocity comes with a blue cone, taking ownership of the right side junction. Null Robotics looking to position their cone on the junction. They do so successfully, taking ownership of the junction on the left side of the field as time expires. Our referees will total up the results of that match, and we'll be back for our final scores in a little bit.
Go into your review screen, Christopher. Christopher, go into your review. Is it? Yes. Submit driver controls. Oh, it's not working? Okay. Okay, it's... Woo! With a thumbs up from our head referee, our scores are ready. Really, they are.
We have a discrepancy.
Yeah.
I think when we were tapping to get into match view earlier,
So,
it might have been an auto.
what do we need to do? All right, and after a brief review there, Dozers flip the switch, and the match goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 126 to 84.
And as our referees get ready for qualifying match number 9, we're going to randomize our field. Referees setting Zone 2 as set by our die roll. Zone 2, once again, is that set of 2 tiles directly in front of the robots. If they can park there autonomous, they'll score extra points. While we're waiting, let's go ahead and meet those teams for qualification match number 9. First up of our alliance, it's team 14246. That's the Robotrons from Bothell. Joining them on Red Alliance, it's team 417.
That's Skid from right here in Woodinville, Washington, wherever we are.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's team 2043.
That's the Technodotes 2 from Bellevue, Washington.
Joining them from right here, it's 7330.
And we're glad y'all woke up to join us today. This is Nocturnal.
Our referees need a few more minutes to go ahead and just double check some events. They'll go ahead and do that, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes.
If you would like to be one of the people down here on the floor in the midst of the action, Josh says you wouldn't like to, so never mind. I would like to invite you to apply as a volunteer for First Washington. I'm one of your volunteer coordinators, and we would love to have you. We especially need judges for our interleagues. As long as you are unaffiliated with a team, you cannot be a mentor or parent on a team to be a judge at your own team's interleague, but you could judge a different one. Or you could judge for FLL. Let us know if you'd like more information on how to get involved.
Be sure to check out the First Washington website as well as the First Aspires website. There's plenty of ways to get involved with First. Figure those who are mentors, who are volunteers, who help out your team. We'd love to do more. We have some fun times volunteering. Like Laura mentioned, we do have some different events coming up. You may be aware of the interleagues coming in a couple weeks. There's those interleagues. There's a few FLL events happening throughout the next couple months. First LEGO League is a fun program for younger kids to learn robotics through LEGO. They can go ahead and they need plenty of volunteers there, plenty of opportunities to get involved. As well as both FTC and FLL states, as you may be aware, happening in January. And following that is the first robotics competition season for 9th through 12th grade high school students. Those events will be happening sometime in March and April. They will also need plenty of volunteers, plenty of ways to get involved.
Nocturnal, please return to the field. Nocturnal, please do not leave the field. Technotoads, please come back to the field. When you are here at the field side, stay at the field side, please, because you need to be ready to go as soon as we are ready.
Our referees double checking after the discussion that our teams are ready to initialize. They have done so. So we have randomized to die roll number 4. That means zone number 1. 4 is my favorite number. That divided by 1 is still 4.
Funny you should bring that up, Austin, because I know Kevin Ross's favorite number is also anything divided by itself. Except for 0, because that's undefined.
But is it null and void?
All right, we had a thumbs up. We have a thumbs up. We have a thumbs up. We have a thumbs up.
After a bit of trolling from Josh.
We're going to have a little chat with our head ref later on. And we're ready to start our match, teams, in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to qualification match number 9, 2, 3. We are now 4 of our robots, all 4 making movements in autonomous towards scoring action. Couple of cones attempted to score for now, falling to the wayside. Looks like 2043, Technotoads 2 trying to grab some cones. Like they might be just off their autonomous, but they'll have plenty of time to score cones in gyro control. Looks like Skid and Nocturnal looking assigned to park for now. All the other 2 robots on the alliance is joining them as well. Our referees will determine if they're parked in the correct zone for
3,
the points.
2, 1.
And now we enter our 2-minute driver control period. All 4 robots moving around looking for cones to score on our junction. Skid heading right back to the red substation to grab a red cone. They position it above the mid-junction and score it for 4 points. Nocturnal scoring a blue cone as well on the back junction. That high junction were 5 points with that blue cone now scored within it. Skin now has a red cone in their grasp once again, looking to score once again on that mid junction, now making a stack of 3. 40-43 to Robotoads. Scoring similarly for the Blue Alliance. It looks like they score 1 blue cone on a low junction at the front side of the field. 42-46 to Robotrons have a red cone in their grasp. They're looking for a place to score that cone. Looks like they decide on the high junction. They drop it down for 5 points. Next to them, their alliance partner Skid scoring yet another cone on that mid junction for a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cones now stacked. They're looking to make a 6th, looks like. On the Blue Alliance, looks like 20-43. Technotoads too, maybe having some issues with their elevator system. They are pushing a cone, scoring it in the blue terminal at the back of the field for a point. Their alliance partner 73-30 Nocturnal also scoring a blue cone on a junction. Skid continue to make a tall stack of cones right there at the front side of the field. I can't even count them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know, however many cones. They're scoring plenty of cones, making a nice tall stack there at the front side of the field. Very quick cycles there, going right back from their substation to that junction and back again. As we are in game period, we'll see if any of our alliances introduce any beacons into the substation. Looks like our red alliance and blue alliance have both decided to introduce their own beacons. Skid continuing to score more cones on that junction for now. You can see that junction almost covered entirely in stacked red cones. They now grab a red cone with a beacon on it, scoring it on that low junction on the first side of the field, taking ownership. Blue Alliance has done so as well, and as time expires, our live score showing a pretty hefty lead towards Red Alliance right now, with a nice tall stack of cones courtesy of Skid for Red Alliance at the front side of the field. Our referees on brief discussion, and we'll see how things sort out in just a few moments.
Like a Hellcat.
Everything changes.
All right, with a thumbs up from our head referee, let's find out the results of that match. The switch is flipped, and the match goes to the Red Alliance.
Our team's being initialized for match number 10. While we're waiting for that, let's go to meet them. First up on Red Alliance for match number 10, it's team 19929.
That's Team Jungnu out of Bothell, Washington.
Joining them in the Red Alliance, it's 16750.
That is the Technototes from Bellevue, Washington.
Facing them on the Blue Alliance, first up, it's team 16113.
The Robo-Goats out of Bothell, Washington.
And rushing in to join them on the Blue Alliance, it's team 22556.
That is Rush Job.
Our referees have verified that our teams are ready to initialize, or have initialized their autonomouses and are hands off of their controllers. The robots will now make decisions based on a randomization, which I didn't quite catch which one it was, but they'll be determining zone number 3. Alrighty, they'll be parking in zone number 3 based on their signal code in autonomous.
And with a thumbs up from our head ref and a thumbs up from our FTA, I'm ready to push the button in 3, 2, 1, go.
And with the button pushed, the teams push their buttons as well to start their autonomous modes. The robots will now autonomously drive on their own in attempts to score points. Looks like 2 robots thus far have done so. 16750 on behalf of the Red Alliance. That's the Techno Toads looking to, looks like park for now. Not much actually going on for our remaining robots. Blue Alliance robot 16113 moved as well a little bit. Robo Goats into their substation.
Three, two, one.
Our team's now picking up their controllers. Hopefully they took the time to strategize and see where they'll decide to place their cones here in our driver control period. We have about 1 minute 50 to see where they will store those cones for optimal points. Red Alliance Robot with 19929, that is Jugnu, scores a red cone on the mid-junction to the back side of the field. For the Blue Alliance, 16113 Free does the same for the mid-junction to the front side of the field. Their alliance partner, Rush Job, looking to score some cones. Like they may have scored one in the blue terminal front side of the field. They head back to their substation to grab another one. We'll see where they decide to score it. Meanwhile, for the Red Alliance, Team 16750 to Technotoads, grabbing a red cone from their substation. Once they have it in their grasp, they'll see where they can score it. Looks like actually they decided to maybe turn away and change their mind, or maybe introduce another cone to the substation. We'll see what they do. Team 19929 with their gloved intake, looking to grab a cone from the floor just next to the low junction. They have it in their grasp. We'll see where they decide to place it. Blue Alliance has their cones pretty spread out so far on their side. They've got one cone on the mid junction, the front side of the field, and on the high junction as well. 16113 Free. The Robo Ghost coming in now with another blue cone in their grasp, raising it up onto the high junction, dropping it successfully, making a stack of 2 on the high junction on the left side of the field. 5 points per cone. We've got about 25 seconds left in our endgame period. Teams now introduce beacons into the field. Blue Alliance has introduced a beacon into their substation. 16113 Free looking to grab a blue cone. Instead, we'll see what they decide to score as we enter the last 8 seconds of our endgame period. As the match comes to an end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Our drivers put down their controllers. And we'll take a quick look as they have their discussions. We'll be back with final scores in just a few moments.
And after that brief discussion, we have the results. And the match goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 70 to 33.
As we randomize the field, let's go ahead and quickly meet those teams in qualification match number 11. First up, it's 8103.
That's Null Robotics.
Joining them is a familiar team, that's 15203.
I'm not sure who they are. They seem to be undefined robotics.
Facing them on the Blue Alliance, first up, 18015.
And that is the Omega Squad.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, it's 16643.
The Weasel Eggs. I didn't know weasels had eggs. That's cool. We've got a thumbs up from our everyone. So we're ready to start the match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And as we begin our autonomous mode from after thumbs up from our head ref and MCAs and whatnot. Red Alliance team, I believe that's Null Robotics grabbing a red cone from the stack in front of the field after scoring a successful red cone on that front substation, or front junction, excuse me. They now have a stack of 2 there for an autonomous, and looks like they decided to park for now. 18015, that is Omega Squad scoring a blue cone on the high junction to the backside of the field as well. They back up as our autonomous mode comes
Pick up
to a
your
close.
controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as our drivers pick up their controls. 2 robots now free, making some motions in autonomous. We'll see if our 4-4 can join them as well. And they do so successfully. Undefined Robotics now moving around with a cone in their grasp in driver control. Blue Alliance Robot 18015, that's the Omega Squad, has a blue cone in their grasp, trying to place it on that high junction. They released it, scoring for 5 points on the high junction on the left side of the field. No Robotics quickly cycling back and forth. They've scored 1, now 2 red cones on that right side high junction. 8103 in their substation. Looks like they may be trying to grab a cone. Yes, they have one in their grasp, heading right back to that high junction. Looking to score it again. They do it at the same time as 18015 Omega Squad, scoring another blue cone on their high junction as well. 8103, No Robotics quickly cycling back for another cone, and now have a stack of 4. Airlines partner Undefined Robotics looking to see where they can potentially grab a cone to help contribute to the scoring effort. 6643 on the red side of the field as well. They push a blue cone partially onto the ground junction. They now come back to push it fully on the ground junction for 2 points. 8103 potentially having some sort of interaction there with the ground junction. We'll see our referees call that one. Meanwhile, they head back to their substation looking to grab another red cone. They start to push it out of the substation. Looks like they decided on the terminal. Never mind, they have it in their grasp. They've headed right back to the high junction. Scoring successfully on there for 5 points as we enter our end game period. No contention there at the front side of the field on that high junction as 16643 to Weasel Legs drop a blue cone onto that stack of 2 red, taking ownership of that junction. Ownership is determined at the end of the match. We'll see who has ownership as a beacon is introduced by No Robotics as well. You can see that little stick of a beacon on that red cone introduced onto that stack of blue cones. As a blue beacon falls to the floor at the front side of the field, that junction with a red beacon on top is now owned for the rest of the match by the Red Alliance as No Robotics falls to its side at the end of the match. A lot of action there for our referees to take a look at. We'll let our referees take their time, make sure you look at everything and score everything correctly. As that match is now under review, we'll be right back in a few moments.
All right, after that discussion, we're ready for our scores from our last match. And that match goes to the Blue Alliance. A score of 112 to 106, a very close match.
Our referees are sorting some final things out and getting our teams initialized for match number 12. Our teams have to be ready for our contest initialized and then hands off of their controllers. Now that our referees have verified that our teams are ready for their autonomous initialized, they can go ahead and randomize. We are in zone number 3, that's parking to the right. Let's quickly meet those teams while we're here. First up in qualification match number 12, on the Red Alliance, we have 14 Free 43 from Bellevue. It's Escape Velocity. Joining them on the Red Alliance from Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, it's 9884 Void Robotics. On the Blue Alliance qualification match number 12, first up, it's Team 8923 from Woodinville. It's Twist. And joining them, a pretty familiar team, also from Woodinville, it's 6220 Drifts, Dinosaurs, Racing, and Food Trucks. Our referee's doing some final checks on various things around the field, making sure everything's all good to go for this match. We'll be right back with you in just a few moments. It's randomized once
same.
again,
Look.
and it's the same but different. Zone free. Parking on the right side.
The field likes it the way it is, Jason. Just leave it. All right, with a thumbs up from our head referee and from our FTA, we are ready to start our match. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And as we begin match 12, 2 of our 4 robots now make that free, begin moving in autonomous. They'll be looking for a way to potentially get to some cones or potentially just park. Now our 4th robot, that would be Twist, joins as well in parking. Looks like that's all the action we'll be seeing in this autonomous mode, just a bit of parking as they find their spaces and their drivers strategize to see where they can grab some more cones in our driver control in just a few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as our drivers pick up their controllers, all 4 robots now moving towards their substations, looking for cones to score. Check that, looks like Drift is heading to the stack of blue cones at the front of the field. They're using their wing something or other manipulator to grab that cone. Looking to score now on that mid-junction for 4 points. Their alliance partner, 8923 Twist, with a blue cone in their grasp as well. Looks like they've decided on the high junction on the left side of the field. For the Red Alliance, looks like Escape Velocity is inching towards their substation. They have a red cone. Their alliance partner, 9884, that is Void Robotics, has a red cone. They drop it successfully on the high junction on the right side for 2. A stack of 2, excuse me. Void Robotics once again grabbing a red cone from their substation, looking to score it again. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Escape Velocity, looking around the field, looks like they decide on grabbing a red cone from the substation. We'll see where they decide to score that one. On the Blue Alliance's side, the 2 Winterville Robotics teams looking to score cones. Looks like one falls just out of Twist's grasp. They'll head back to their substation to quickly grab another one. Meanwhile, Drift now grabbing cones from the stack at the back of the field. They'll see if they can go ahead and grab one and then figure out where to score it. Nice healthy stack of 4 cones, courtesy of the Red Alliance thus far on the high junction on the right side of the field. They've now decided, looks like Void Robotics has attempted to score a red cone on the blue side junction. Falls just to the side for now as we enter our end game period. Looks like the Red Alliance has now introduced a cone with their beacon. So they may have just toppled over. That's not a little unfortunate for them, but they'll go ahead and introduce some more cones to see if they can make some more scoring efforts in the next 5 seconds as our match comes to an end now. Our referees will tally up the scores and see what happened. We'll be back with final scores shortly.
All right, and as we clean up from that last match, let's take a look at the results. Thanks, Joser, for flipping that switch. It goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 100 to 52 as Drift slides into first place.
Our referees are randomizing the field to Zone 1 markings to the left of robots. While we're getting ready, let's go ahead and meet those teams real quick. First up in qualification match number 13 on Red Alliance, it's Team 16113. Astro Robogoats from Buffalo, Washington.
Rounding out the Red Alliance is Team 19929.
From Buffalo, that's Jugnu.
On our Blue Alliance, 14246.
From Buffalo as well, it's the Robotron.
And this team woke up to be here today, Team 7330.
From the Overlake School right here in Redmond, it's Nocturnal. We have our head ref and our various people around the field are ready to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here I thought those thumbs up were for my jokes. Guess not. Our Blue Alliance is moving during autonomous as 14246 attempts to line up on the high junction. Their cone doesn't seem to have released though, so I guess it likes it up there in its cradle. Team 7330 is having an interesting interaction with that low junction pole, and the referee has asked them to stop their autonomous program to avoid field damage. 161313 is parked in their
3,
substation.
2, 1.
And we'll start our driver control period and watch our teams try to score even more. Robotrons are navigating to their substation to pick up a cone from their human player. As Nocturnal attempts to score in the high junction, but they miss and the cone falls into the robot. They successfully dislodge it and go back for another one. They have that really interesting spin with rubber bands intake that spins that cone in and spins it out. Team 16113 adds a second cone to their high junction for the Red Alliance. And Jugnu adds a red cone to their low junction as they come back to their scoring staff with that fun glove gripper intake claw. But they lose the grip on that, and unfortunately, it has fallen into their robot. The Blue Alliance is stacking up cones on their high junctions. They look like they're trying to get across the field. Maybe they're trying for a circuit. As 16113 counters with a red cone. Oh, just missing the high junction. As Jugnu scores one on the mid-junction as we enter our endgame period. Robogoats, they have a beacon in their substation. They look like they're losing a wheel. They may be losing a wheel on the field there, folks. Oh, and there it goes. Thankfully, that's not a mortal injury. It can be fixed later. That's why robots don't need safety glasses. And our referee has issued a yellow card to Nocturnal.
Other than that, nothing else to report for that match. Our referees have reviewed the results for match number 13. Let's take a look. Flip the switch, power goes to the building, and power goes to the Red Alliance. The score of 93 to 78. Both Red Alliance teams moving up in the rankings. We'll see what happens in qualification match number 14 in just a few moments.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match 14. On the Red Alliance, we start off with 2043.
From Bellevue and Sandwich High School, it's Techno Totes 2.
They are joined by 2255-6.
From Bothell Senior High School in Bothell, it's Rush Job.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8103.
From Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, Null Robotics.
And rounding it off with 18015.
From Bothell Robotics Club in Bothell, it's Omega Squad. And a thumbs up from our head ref and various other important people. We're ready to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
And Null is off to a very fast start, rushing across the field. But unfortunately, both of our preloads on those high junctions miss. At least they're missing equally. Omega Squad seems to have been surprised as the Technotoads 2 comes over to say hello again. Unfortunately, in this game, that can happen as both alliances try to score on the same junction along the center line during autonomous. Those computers do not talk to each other as well as our human players do to their alliances. Communication with your human player is very important in these matches. We've got two teams working with the same human player, so sometimes you're working with people that you've never met before. 18015 has their cone over a high junction, as does 8103. And it is a double high junction score for the Blue Alliance, as they've taken an early lead, 47 to 10. 2043 is going for a high junction for the Red Alliance, it looks like, as their alliance partners Rush Job have scored in each of the red terminals. That terminal scoring is very important if you want to complete a circuit of the field. Rush Job moves quickly and they're very efficient at scoring on those terminals and on the low junctions. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance is piling up, adding to their lead of 72 to 29 right now, with 5 cones on the high junction, 2 on another high junction. With none in the terminals, they don't look like they're going for the circuit yet. As Technotoads 2 brings their robot into the substation. And we enter into our end game. We have teams now that can introduce their beacons. These ring beacons that go over a cone and can be scored at the same time as a cone are very popular with teams this year. They take up very little extra space, and your robot can still grab the same game element in the same way, so your quantum or your intake does not have to have a different grasp for a different function. As time runs out, we've got a couple of parked robots, a couple of robots that have just taken a nap on the field, and we'll be back in a minute with our score after our referees review everything.
And with a call for reset, our referees have reviewed the results of match number 14. We flip the switch, power goes at the building, and power goes to the Blue Alliance. With a close score of 89 to 82, both of our Blue Alliance robots moving up in the rankings. 8103 now in rank number 1 for now, but we'll see how things shake up in match number 15. Just a little bit.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 15. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 6220.
From Woodinville, it's Drift, Dinosaurs Racing in Food Trucks.
They're joined by their alliance partners, Team 14343.
From Bellevue, it's Escape Velocity.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 16750.
From Spanish High School in Bellevue, Washington, it's the Techno Toads.
And their alliance partners, Team 16643.
From Kirkland, it's the Weasel Eggs. And at the return of our head rep and a thumbs up, we're ready to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
As we enter our autonomous period, Escape Velocity has quickly put their preload up. Let's see if their autonomous cooperates, and it does not. The Weasel Eggs look like they have parked for the period, as have the Technototes. Our referees will judge their parking at the end of autonomous. As Escape Velocity is wobbling. Guess they were just trying to make things interesting out there with a little dance. So we enter our driver control period. We see Dinosaurs Racing in Food Trucks and Escape Velocity early on grabbing those cones and heading towards our junctions. The Blue Alliance, with their autonomous, has taken an early lead of 57 to 30. But the Red Alliance is catching up by scoring some of those cones. The Blue Alliance is scoring cones on the high junction as well. As Weasel Eggs is heading for their next score, as Dinosaurs Racing in Food Trucks has added a couple more to their high junction. Escape Velocity seems to be going nowhere. But back to the human player station to pick up their next cone. Dinosaurs Racing in Food Trucks has added a 5th cone to their red stack, as Weasel Eggs comes over to add a cone of their own to the stack. And the cone falls off. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Escape Velocity claims one of the junctions for the Red Alliance, previously for the Blue Alliance. As Dinosaurs Racing in Food Trucks continues to dominate that high junction pole. Weasel Eggs returns. They can pick up their beacon, even with a cone stuck in there, and they can claim a junction pole for the Blue Alliance. And they claim that hotly contested high junction as its time expires. And our referees review and score. We've got a lot of cones on the field. We've got a lot of robots. And we'll be back with our scores in just a minute.
Our referees have reviewed the results of match number 15. Match number 15, we flip the switch. It goes to the Red Alliance. Match number 15 is an event high score of 189 to 76. Great work to Red Alliance there. 62-20 moves up to rank number 1. A little bit of an update as we come off of that for match number 14, the previous match. We do have an update to the scores for match number 14. In the previous match, we have an update to the scores which results in a change in the outcome of that match. Match 14 becomes 92 to the Red Alliance, 89 to the Blue Alliance. We'll be right back with qualification match number 16 in a little bit.
All right, as we go into qualification match number 16, let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance. We have team 9884.
From Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, it's Void Robotics.
And their partner, 8923.
From Woodinville and the Swerve Robotics organization, it's Twist.
On the Blue Alliance, we welcome team 417.
Also from Swerve Robotics in Woodinville, it's Skid, Space Koalas in Disguise.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance is team 15203.
Also from Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, it's Undefined Robotics. Interesting match with one Swerve Robotics team and one Eastside Preparatory School team on each alliance. Those teams are now ready to randomize with their automations initialized. We're going for a number 5, which means we're parking in Zone 2. Zone 2 is directly in front of them. Thumbs up from our head referee and our FTA. We're ready to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. 9884 has navigated forward. 417 has navigated. Let's see if they are going to score this cone on their low junction. And they do. It's score and autonomous for the Space Koalas. In case you didn't recognize them, it's the Space Koalas in disguise. Twist has parked over in their 2 signal zone. And our team 15203 is getting ready to go. And 9884, 417, each heading for different junctions, a red cone, a blue cone. We've got one of each. Team Twist heading for that high junction, but they miss slightly as their claw discharges early. 15203 has scored on one of the far ground junctions for the Blue Alliance, as Skid has racked up 3 and now 4 cones on that mid junction. 9884 with 2 on the high junction. 417 is one of the few robots that I've seen today that's not running an elevator-style lift. They have that double reverse 4-bar and a chain controlling their claw, or their arm. Servo on the end controlling their claw. They're very effective at picking up and scoring a lot of cones on that mid-junction. We've got one on a mid-junction from 9884 as Twist picks up another cone. Oh, or not. That high junction's getting a workout today. Oh, watch out. We don't want to knock those cones off the mid-junction. And that sound means that our end game is starting. This is when teams can control their junction by putting a beacon on it, and they'll control that for the rest of the match. And as time expires, looks like 9884's robot wanted to keep playing. Sometimes we have to tell these robots that they need a timeout. We'll get our field set up. We'll get those scores to you in just a minute.
Our referees have reviewed the results of match number 16. Flip the switch, and power goes to the Blue Alliance. With a score of 106-90. Our Blue Alliance team 15-203 moving up in the rankings to rank number 11. We'll go ahead and see how those rankings move around in qualification match number 17 in just a few minutes. we've randomized the field for match 17. We're going to be in zone 2 parking. While they're doing that, hey Laura, want to meet the team for qualification match 17?
Austin, I thought you would never ask. Qualification match number 17 on the Red Alliance. Please welcome team number 14246.
From Boffle, they're the Robotron.
And their alliance partner, team 16113.
From Boffle, they're the Robogoats.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 22556.
From Boffle, they're Rush Job.
Hey Austin, where's this last team 18015 from?
They're from, I don't know, Boffle, Omega Squad.
Qualification 17, the best of the battle for Bothell. If, like our head ref, you need a moment to stretch your legs, you could go to the concession stand and support the volunteer food at this event.
And we're ready to go. We're ready to start this match, the Battle of the Boffles, in 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. As Robotrons score their preload, their cradle seems to be functioning again. That's good to see. Omega Squad and Robotrons both going for the same junction. Result? Neither. That happens in this game as gameplay at the center line during Autonomous is expected.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with a single red cone on the field for Autonomous, our teams have their work cut out for them. Looks like team 14246 has stacked up another cone as Rush Job brings their blue cone across to score in the ground junction right in front of the red substation. That's an effective defensive strategy in this sort of game, as descoring your alliance, the opposing alliance's cones is a penalty. You have to be careful with your driving. There's a lot of precision into these pick and place games. And some of our teams have proved to be very accurate as 14246 scores a second red cone on that high junction. Omega Squad answers with a second cone for the Blue Alliance on the high junction as Rush Job is navigating their blue cone. Team 16113 has a cone in their grasp, and they look like they're heading for one of the junctions. As Omega Squad piles a third cone up onto that high junction. And the Robogoats add on to the mid-junction. As we enter into our end game, we've got another high junction each from the Red and the Blue Alliance. As Omega Squad comes in for their beacon. And Rush Job waits for them to move so that they can take a cone over into the terminal. And as time expires, we'll clean up the scores and we'll get back to you them in just a minute.
Hey Laura, complete wild prediction. You know, I think a team from Boffle I think is going to win this match.
You know, Austin, I'm really not a betting person, but I think that's a pretty sure bet myself.
a long, hard-fought fight in the Battle of the Boffles. Let's see what team came on top. Although you can't see the screen. Uh-oh. It goes to the Red Alliance.
And congratulations to the Red Alliance with a score of 67 to 49 there. We're working on our displays, so we'll have that back up in just a minute. Our Red Alliance teams both move up slightly in the ranking. Our Blue Alliance teams stay right where they are. Hey, Austin, let's meet our teams.
Awesome.
On the Red Alliance, we have Team 16643.
From Kirkland, there, the Weasel Eggs.
And we have Team 2043.
From Bellevue, Washington, it's the Techno Toads 2.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 14343.
Also from Bellevue, there, Escape Velocity.
Joined by their alliance partners, Team 19929.
From Boffle, there, Jugnu. Give a thumbs up from our head ref and various people around the field. We're ready to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off like a herd of turtles. We got a couple of cones up for autonomous. We've got one high junction for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance is trying to match that, but something is slightly off, and they're not scoring. Let's see what the Blue Alliance scores on this one. Oh, uh-oh. Again, funny things can happen.
Pick up your controls. 3, 2, 1.
And we have Escape Velocity has scored in the corner zone in their terminal. As the Red Alliance is navigating into position to pick up some cones. Blue Alliance matching them on the other side as Escape Velocity spins on their 5 omni-wheel drive. Weasel Eggs attempts to score in the red terminal as Technotoads 2 places a red on their ground junction. And Escape Velocity, they've put up a series of blue cones across the field. Looks like they may be trying to get a circuit. Those circuit bonuses, an extra 20 points to each of the teams. As the Weasel Eggs are trying to dislodge a cone, they've done so. And the Technotoads are lined up to take possession of a blue junction, a high junction there. As Escape Velocity looks to score again on their high junction. Let's see if they can get their lift deployed. There it goes. As their alliance partners deploy for their junction score there. So in our end game, we've got teams with their beacons out. Escape Velocity takes theirs, claiming a pole for their alliance as the Technotoads line up and claim one for theirs. The Weasel Eggs have their beacon, and time runs out. We have a very close match as time expires. We've got 87 on the Blue Alliance to 88 on the Red Alliance. Our referees will tally up all of their scores, any associated penalties, and they'll be back with their final scores in just a minute.
Our referees have reviewed the scores for match number 18. Flip the switch. Power goes to the Blue Alliance. The close score of 97 to 95. Both of our Blue Alliance teams have moved up in the rankings. 14 free 43 now at rank number 3. We'll see what happens in qualification match number 19. And meet those teams in qualification match number 19. First up on the Red Alliance, it's team 16750.
That's the Techno Totes from Sammamish High School in Bellevue.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, it's team 7330.
Nocturnal from right here at the Overlake School in Redmond.
On the Blue Alliance, first up, it's team 9884.
Void Robotics from Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland.
And a familiar team to them, joining them on the Blue Alliance, it's 15203.
That's Undefined Robotics. They're alliance partners and they're robotics partners from Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland.
Our randomization process has landed on a 6. That means zone free parking. Just a bit forward and a bit to the right. We'll see if our robots can park in the correct zone in autonomous.
With a thumbs up from our referees and our FTAs, we are ready to go in 3, 2, 1, energize.
And as we get powered up for qualification match number 19, 3 of our robots making some autonomous movements here in our autonomous period. We have about 20 seconds left. Looks like for now, most teams decide to park. Our referees will determine if they are parked in the correct zone as indicated by their signal sleeves. Our drive team members taking a look around the field, seeing if there's any cones they want to try and grab, anything they want to strategize for as they enter the driver control period.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as we begin that driver control period, 3 of our 4 robots once again moving around and driver control looking for some cones. Hopefully our 4th joins us soon. 7330 Nocturnal grabbing a cone, placing that red cone on the front high junction for 5 points. 9884 Void Robotics doing the same for the Blue Alliance on the left side of the field. 16750 the Techno Totes heading over to their substation to grab another red cone. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 7330 Nocturnal places a red cone on the mid junction for 4 points. Unfed Rocks has joined the action. Looks like they're moving around back in the backside of the field. They're currently in the red terminal. Now heading towards their blue substation to grab a blue cone. Their alliance partner 9884 Void Robotics places a blue cone on the mid junction for another 4 points. There's a red cone in their grasp heading towards the scoring area. They're looking for a junction. Looks like they've gone over to the blue side of the field. We'll see where they decide to place that cone as it falls just out of their grasp. They'll head back to their substation quickly and grab another one. Their last partner 7330 dropping a red cone on that mid-terminal to the backside of the field. They scored for 4 points. Void Robotics slowly creeping over towards that high terminal on the left side of the field. They score that cone successfully, making a stack of free blue cones. Front side of the field, Nocturnal now dropping a red cone on top of the blue cone, taking ownership of that junction in our endgame period. Void Robotics coming quickly to counter that. They are positioning a blue cone, dropping it successfully, taking ownership once again of that front high junction for the Blue Alliance. We'll see if any teams can produce a beacon to take ownership of that junction for the rest of the match. Looks like a blue beacon falls to the floor, red cone as well, courtesy of the Technotoads falls just shy. We'll see if they can reset back to their substation. See if we can grab any more cones as time expires. Live score is showing a pretty close match at the moment. Our referees will take a quick moment to review the results of the events of that match. We'll have final results for you in just a little bit.
All right, with a thumbs up from our referees, that match goes to the Blue Alliance. The score of 81-70.
As our field gets randomized to qualification match number 20 of 24, let's meet those teams. First up on the Red Alliance, it's Team 8923.
That's Twist from Woodinville, Washington.
Joining them is a pretty familiar team on the Red Alliance, it's Team 417.
That's another Swerve team here, Skid Space Koalas in disguise.
Facing them, another familiar team, it's 6220.
They just drifted in here today, that's Dinosaurs Racing and Food Trucks.
And joining them, it's 8103.
That's Null Robotics. And we've got thumbs up all around. And we are good to start this match in 3, 2, 1, energize.
And as we run into this match like the Energizer Bunny, at least 3 of our robots are moving around, attempting to score colors. Our fourth one, 8923, now joins us. Looks like for now, 6220 decides to part. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 8103, Null Robotics, scores 2 cones on that high junction at the backside of the field. Looks like the remainder of this autonomous period, our robots have decided to part for now as our drivers look around to see what they can do in a driver control period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And all 4 of our robots start moving, making their way towards their cones as we enter the driver control period. 8923 Twist heading back to the red substation, joined by their alliance partner Skid as they grab red cones for scoring. No robots quickly cycling back and forth as we've seen them do all day, grabbing blue cones from the substation on their side of the field and scoring it on the high junction closest to their driver stations and their alliance area. Their alliance partner Drift, meanwhile, trying to score some cones, cycling them back and forth from the blue stack of cones at the front side of the field. They've got a cone scored on the low junction for now. We'll see what else they can contribute during the course of this match. We got about a minute, 40 seconds left to play. Skid quickly building a stack of free cones on that mid-junction like we've seen them earlier today. They're quickly cycling back and forth from the substation to that mid-junction. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 8923 Twist, scores another red cone on that mid-junction at the backside of the field. The Red Alliance now scoring a stack of 3 red cones at the back of the field and a stack of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, make that 6 red cones at the front side of the field, make that 7 now as they approach another cone. Scoring successfully. Meanwhile, back here to the backside of the field, 6220 Drift has another blue cone in their grasp because they're heading towards that right side of the field. They've decided to score it in their terminal. We'll see if all these blue cones spread out across the field if they may potentially be going for a circuit as we enter this endgame period. Stick continue to make their trademark tall stack of red cones here at the mid-junction on the front side of the field, but Null Robotics doing the same with a tall stack of cones on that high junction. Now, Null Robotics coming in with a beacon on their blue cone, taking ownership of that mid-junction. For the remainder of the match, the Red Lions can no longer score on that junction because of the ownership taken by that beacon. Drift doing the same with a beacon on the backside of the field as the match comes to a close. Some last minute endgame action done there by the Blue Alliance. Our referees will total it up and see what happened. We'll be back to your final score shortly.
And our last match is ready to go, and Dozer flips the switch, and it goes to the Blue Alliance with the high score of the day of 212 to 106. We've got our top three teams there. 6220 in first right now. Skid in second. 8103, that's Null in third. And we're moving into qualification match number 21.
But gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too.
All right, and a quick administrative note to our teams that participated in the mock judging. If you participated in the mock judging, you can pick up your team's judging feedback at Pit Admin now. It is ready. So if you participated in the mock judging, you can go see Heidi at Pit Admin in her neon vest. If you can't find her, don't be a referee.
Our field crew's getting ready for qualification match 21. Let's go ahead and meet those teams while they're doing that. First up on Red Alliance, it's team 2255-6.
That's Rush Job out of Bothell.
Joining them on Red Alliance, it's 14246.
That's Robotrons, also out of Bothell.
Facing them on the Blue Alliance, first up, it's 14343.
That's Escape Velocity. Guess they haven't escaped yet. They're still here.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, it's team 16643.
Those are our beloved Weasel Eggs from Kirkland, Washington.
Our referee's making sure our teams are all initialized before randomizing the field. It's going to be a number 6 randomization, which means we're parking in zone number 3. Zone 3, just a bit forward to the right. The set of 2 tile is where the robots are going to try to park for autonomous.
All right, we're good to go all around. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, energize.
And with a set of charged batteries, the courtesy of our teams, they're going to be moving around in our autonomous period. Look at the score of some cones. Looks like both of our scoring types of the red and blue lines, their first cones slip out of their grasp. They'll go ahead to those stacks at the front of the field to see if they can score more. Escape Velocity has a blue cone in their grasp. We'll see where they place it. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Weasel Eggs, are looking to just park for now. Looks like as Escape Velocity successfully scores a cone on the hydrogen in front of the field.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as we enter our driver control period, all 4 robots are moving around on the field. They're heading back to their cones, their substations, their stacks to grab some cones and make some additional contributions to their scoring effort. Escape Velocity with a blue cone in the grass, dropping it on the mid-junction at the front side of the field. Meanwhile, for the Red Alliance, team 14246, that's the Robotron, scores a red cone on top of that blue cone scored earlier by Escape Velocity and Autonomous. They'll take ownership of that junction for now. We'll see how that plays out over the course of this match. 22556, that's Rush Jaw, pushes a red cone into the red terminal at the front side of the field, scoring it for 1 point. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, The Robotron score another red cone on the junctions on the right side of the field. For the Blue Alliance, Sweet the Legs push another blue cone into the blue terminal at the backside of the field. A lot of blue cones spread out across the field. Looks like they may be going for a circuit for those extra bonus points. For the Red Alliance, looks like Rush Job once again pushing a red cone. Of course, with the other side of the other terminal on the other side of the field as well. Looks like as we enter the later stages of our league, looks like our team's going to be going for more strategy. We have our cones being more spread out. As a reminder, teams can earn extra points for their alliance if they make a circuit, that is a connection of cones from one terminal to another via the junctions. As in our endgame period, our teams begin to introduce their beacons into the field. Remember, those beacons mean that the other alliance can no longer score on those junctions, meaning they can't take away ownership. Super important for those circuits. Rush Job, once again, looks like they're decided to park in the back terminal for the Red Alliance for now. Meanwhile, their alliance partner has their beacon fall out of their grasp as the match comes to a close. Our live score currently showing a circuit for the Blue Alliance. We'll see if that sticks around as our referees review the events of that match. We'll be back for your results in a little bit.
All right, and we got the results of that last match. Dozer Flitch was the switch. The match goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 134 to 52. Congratulations to our Blue Alliance.
Looks like our team's getting ready for qualification match number 22. This is our anti-penultimate match. Let's go to meet those teams.
Joining us on the Red Alliance, Team 2043.
That's the Technotoads 2 from Sandwich High School, Bellevue. Joining them on the Red Alliance is Team 18015.
That's Omega Squad from the Bothell Robotics Club in Bothell, Washington.
On the Blue Alliance, first up, it's 9884.
Boyd Robotics from Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland.
and joining them, a pretty familiar team for Detective Toads 2. It's 16750.
That's the Techno Totes, Sammamish High School in Bellevue. As we set up for our anti-penultimate match, I'm predicting a Techno Totes victory. What do you think?
Oh, well, the Techno Toads, they have pretty good odds. But I think the Techno Toads might win. Our field is randomized, I believe, to a 2. That would be zone 2 parking. Directly in front of them, those 2 tiles for autonomous points.
And with thumbs up all around, we're ready to start in 3, 2, 1, energize.
And as we power up our anti-penultimate match, 3 of our 4 robots making some moves in autonomous. We can see the manipulator, now the entire robot of our last red robot, making their way towards the middle of the field. So they may be trying to score on that high junction at the front side of the field. They approach it slowly, carefully with that cone. They lower it down and score it successfully for 5 points, or however many points in auto. Yes, I believe it's 5 points. I don't know, numbers. The computers do those.
Drivers.
They come back to
pick up your
park,
controllers.
and autonomous ends.
3, 2, 1.
A little bit of action there in the transition there. Our referees will sort that out in a little bit. But as we get underway in our driver control period, all 4 robots moving around, grabbing cones, looking to score them. Techno Toads courtesy, or Techno Toads 1 courtesy of the Blue Alliance, looking to score some cones. Looking for some cones to score. Meanwhile, Techno Toads 2, courtesy of the Red Alliance, has a cone in their grasp, going to the high junction to the backside of the field. '98-84, that's Void Robotics with a blue cone in their grasp. Looking to score that on, looks like the high junction left side of the field. 18015, Omega Squad doing the same for the Red Alliance, scoring a cone on the right side high junction. Techno Toads 1 slowly hovering a blue cone over the mid-junction. Looks like it might be stuck in their manipulator. They're wiggling around trying to hopefully get that blue cone out of there and onto that mid-junction for 4 points. Their alliance partner, 9884 Void, scoring a blue cone onto the high junction front side of the field. Looks like Techno Toads do get that cone out of their mechanism. Unfortunately, it lands just away from the junction. They'll head back to their substation to grab another cone. Meanwhile, 18015 at some Mega Squad scores another red cone on top of that blue junction on the left side of the field. They take ownership of it for now as we enter our endgame period. We can see our alliance is introducing their beacons into the field. We'll see if they're able to score any of those to take ownership of our junctions. 16750 Techno Toads 1 with a blue cone in their grasp. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Void has another cone. They scored successfully with a beacon on top of that high junction left side of the field as time expires. A lot of action there in that match as our teams scored cones across the field. Our referees will review what happened during that match, and they'll be back with final scores shortly.
right, let's see who our winners were for that match number 22. Dozer tells us it was the Red Alliance, the score of 98 to 86. All right, teams and audience, we have a couple of housekeeping reminders. We've got a couple of sleeves up here, signal sleeves that you've left at the field. So we need you to come get those. Teams 18015, 16643, and 7330. Or we will recycle them for you. Speaking of recycling, as we go into our last two matches, we'd like to ask you to be kind to our hosts here at the Overlake School. And please clean up the trash around you. Make sure you take all your belongings with you. And then please stay behind to make sure you clean up your pit area, take care of the trash, and we will take any help we can get in tearing down our event to get all of our volunteers home as quickly and safely as possible. Thank you.
As we randomize the field for our penultimate match, let's go ahead and meet those teams. First up on the Red Alliance, it's Team 417.
That's our poorly disguised space koalas, because I can see them quite well from here. Skid.
Joining them on the Red Alliance is a familiar team, it's 6220.
I've always wondered how a dinosaur could fit in a food truck. Maybe Drift will tell me.
Face them on the Blue Alliance, first up, it's 15203.
That's undefined robotics, but they look pretty well defined over here.
And joining them, it's 1611 Free.
That's the Robo Goats, GOATS, from Bothell Robotics Club in Bothell.
Our randomization has indicated that we're parking in zone number 1. That'll be a bit forward, a bit to the left for autonomous points. Our referee's doing some final checks, make sure everything's all good.
All right. We've got a thumbs up from our head referee, and we're good to go in 3, 2, 1, energize.
We're getting powered up for power play here as our two Red Alliance teams start making moves towards cones. 6220 Drift has scored a red cone in their terminal. Gable can do the same. They do so successfully on the low junction to backside of the field. Not much room from our Blue Alliance teams. Hopefully they're looking around to strategize and see what they can do with the cones in our 2 minutes of driver control in just a few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as we enter our driver control period for match number 23, all four robots moving towards their cones, 15203. That is, I believe, already undefined robotics has a blue cone in their grasp. They place it gently on that ground junction, scoring it for 2 points. Meanwhile, for the Red Alliance, Drift has a red cone in their claws. They drop it successfully on that high junction on the right side of the field for 5 points. They quickly cycle back to their substation with another one for another 5 points. Their alliance partners, 417, we see them doing this all day. They quickly cycle back and forth between their substation and that mid-junction to front side of the field, making a nice tall stack of cones. Blue Alliance looking like they're trying to grab some cones from their substation. Looks like 16113. That is the Robo Goats has one in their grasp. They're looking to score it on, looks like the low junction on the back side of the field. They do so successfully for 3 points. Drift now coming in with a red cone, so they decide to score it at the terminal at the back side of the field. We'll see if they end up making a circuit with those connections. Undefined Robotics with Cone, gently pushing it towards the terminal, the front side of the field now, scoring it for 1 point if they can successfully get it inside the terminal area. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance, those Swerve Robotics teams efficiently cycling back and forth, Skid building a nice tall stack of cones just as we've seen them do all day as we enter the last 30 seconds of our match in our endgame period. We see our Red Alliance teams introducing a beacon into their substation. We'll see what the Red Alliance decides to do as Skid takes it into their claws. Looks like they're going to place it on the low junction front side of the field, doing so successfully, claiming ownership for a bonus, as well as placing a cone on that junction. Blue Alliance also has a beacon in their grasp. They may or may not have placed it successfully at the end of the match as the buzzer sounds. Our referees will take a look at that and everything else that happened on the field. We'll be back with you shortly.
Our scores are in. Switches are dripping. And it goes to the Red Alliance. Administrative reminder from our hosts here. Swerve Robotics wants to remind you that we need your drivers and coaches badges back. And volunteers, that we need your volunteer badges back. You can take them to pit admin. Please take them to pit admin. And do not leave with them. Thank you.
Who's ready for our last match of the day? Oh, come on, that's been a long day, but we surely more energy than that. Who's ready for the last match of the day? Let's go. Let's see who's in this match. Match number 24 of 24. First up on the Red Alliance, it's 7330 from Redmond. It's Nocturnal. Joining them on the Red Alliance, from Bothell and North Creek High School, it's Team 19929, Jugnu. On the Blue Alliance, first up from Woodinville and Swerve Robotics, it's 8923, that's Twist. And joining them on the Blue Alliance, from the Eastside Preparatory School in Kirkland, it's Null Robotics, 8103. Our referees are going to get this field set up and ready to go for match number 24. Well, we're waiting, just a little bit of a reminder that after this match, we do not have playoffs or anything like that. all of these matches will be combined with your results from League Meet 1. The best, I believe, 10 matches out of those combined results will be combined with another league, and all of those results will be collected into the interleagues, which, as you may be aware, are in just a couple weeks. From there, we'll have another set of matches, and then an alliance selection and a playoff round, and we'll see where it goes from there. First, let's focus on this event as we get ready to initialize this match. Our referees have randomized the field. It is going to be a number 2 autonomous for our last match of the day. Zone 2, they are going to be parking directly in front of their robots, hopefully an autonomous for extra points. We have folks up from our head ref, and I believe the rest of the field crew as well. Let's get this final match underway in 3, 2, 1, energize. And as we enter this autonomous period, looks like a couple of robots are making moves in autonomous. First up, we've got, looks like Null Robotics quickly scoring a cone on the high junction backside of the field. Their alliance partner Twist joining them now, pushing forwards into potentially parking. Our referees will have to see if that is in the correct position. Null Robotics scoring another cone on the backside as well, and before stowing their mechanism and parking.
Pick up your controller. 3, 2, 1.
And all 4 robots start to make some scoring attempts as we enter our double control period. Null Robotics quickly coming back from their side of the field, scoring a blue cone onto that high junction on the left side of the field. Meanwhile, for the Red Alliance, I believe that's Jugnu, has a red cone in their gloves. Grasping it, looks like it falls just out of their grasp, but they managed to still push it into the red terminal at the backside of the field. We'll see if they're able to create a circuit connecting those 2 terminals. Their alliance partners Nocturnal from the Overlay School has a red cone in their grasp. They score it successfully on the mid junction at the backside of the field. Meanwhile, Null Robotics doing their quick cycles as we've seen the entire day, taking blue cones from their substation and scoring them in tall stacks on the left side of the field. A 923 Twist now entering the blue substation, grabbing a cone, navigating over. So looks like they decided on the mid junction, the front side of the field, they're going to contribute to that stack. Meanwhile, Null Robotics comes into the front side of the field, down the middle of the field, and scores a blue cone on top of that red one, taking ownership for now of that junction at the front side of the field for the Blue Alliance, doing the same now for the back high junction. But Nocturnal quickly here to counter with a red cone, hopefully successfully placing it, doing so successfully. Null Robotics again quickly countering back with a blue cone. Bit of an ownership war here as we see who can take ownership as the match comes to a close. We have about 16 seconds left. We'll see if any teams can choose beacons. Looks like Blue Alliance Null Robotics has a beacon in their grasp. They'll place it on the right side, that high junction there, taking ownership from the Red Alliance. With 3 seconds left, 2, 1, and the buzzer sounds. Looks like at the last second, a beacon may have been successfully deployed from the 8923's mechanism. Our referees will take a look at those results, see what happened in that match, and we'll have your final results to you in just a few moments. Our referees have reviewed the results of qualification match 24. So for the last time today, we flip the switch. Power runs up the building, and the power goes to the Blue Alliance. with a score of 130 to 81. 8103 moving up to rank 3. 8923 joining them, moving up as well. All of our teams storing some great cones all day today. Great work to all teams. As a reminder, make sure your driver badges, coach badges, volunteer badges, any of those badges make their way back to pit admin. Make sure to clean up your area around you in the stands, in the pits. Make sure you don't leave any trash behind. Have a safe drive home. We'll see you in a couple weeks for interleagues. Have a great night. As a reminder, you can go ahead and see the rankings from this event here on the big board. You may see that these rankings have already been combined with the other teams you will see at the interleague in just a couple weeks. Those teams have not been completely incorporated into these rankings